Ladies and gentlemen, we have some gateworks to show you for race 6. Number 1, Corona Spades, worked from the outside post when going against Keep a Secret Jess on July 4. He had extra room to his inside when breaking inwards slightly before levelling out nicely. He stayed on a straight path the rest of the way, while under a hand ride. Finished solidly in 12.3 and continued nicely in the gallop out. Number 2, American Cartel on June 13, worked from the inside post. He left cleanly and then leaned inwards. He was under a hand ride from there and kept up a steady pace to the wire, chasing Scary Sherry in 12.8 seconds. American Cartel continued with an okay gallop out before slowing at the turn. This favourite Cartel colt is out of Mornings with Maria, a graded futurity finalist from the strong female line of Bartiromo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a gate drill to show you for the 7th race. Number 5, Zendaita, on the 1st of July, worked from the outside post in 12.5 seconds. Zendaita was leaning just a bit to her right, but came away swiftly before steadily drifting inwards. She was under a hustling ride from there while chasing Tel Aviv, who won last Sunday. This Tarzanito filly is out of the stakes winner and $77,000 earner Zendaya, who was trained by Ricardo Guillen during her racing career. Zendaita debuts for Guillen this evening.
Always at Los Alamitos, featuring huge early pick four pools at the track of sunsets and stars. On May 31st, the early pick four pool topped over $200,000, while the late pick four soared to $180,000. Plus, our total pick six pool hit a record
Mic check 1 2 3. 11 minutes to the
7th.
first race here at Los Alamitos. It is 7:29. Thank you, Bruce.
Bets, always at Los Alamitos. It's one of our biggest quarter horse racing programs of the year. California Breeders' Champions Night, Sunday, July 26th at Los Alamitos. California's best will be in action as superstar Duda Cartel chases a third major Derby win in the Governor's Cup. Plus, fastest qualifier, Golden Token, leads the Stars of Tomorrow in the Governor's Cup Futurity, alongside the historic Spencer Childers, the Rolling A Matron Stakes, and more. For Vessels Club reservations, call 714-820-2681 or join us at Burgott Sports Bar. Stream free in HD at losalamitos.com and YouTube.
field is moving on to the track for race 1, a 4.5 furlong thoroughbred maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up. Scratch number 4, Tony's Fever. Number 1 is Dancing with Circa, owned by M&J Ranch, trained by Jesus Ramos, ridden by Francisco Monroy. Number 2, Karma's Revenge, is owned by the Blue Sky Training Center, conditioned by Ramon Gonzalez, ridden by Francisco Orduña Rojas. 3, Wild King, represents BG Stables, is trained by Angela Aquino, ridden by Cesar Ortega. Number 5, Great Strike, is raced by Catherine Malone, Donald Clift, Nicky Minton and John Cannon. Ramiro Zawazo is the trainer. Damian Cruz has the riding assignment. 6, Gold Proof, is trained by Felix Gonzalez for Bill Brown, ridden by Pedro Flores. Race 1 opens the $1 early double, the $1 early pick 4 and the $1 place pick all.
It is a beautiful Sunday here racing at Los Alamitos Racecourse in Central Texas alongside Ulises Gomez. How we doing?
Doing good. Sunday night of racing, another 8-race card here in the opener. We do have a big scratch. Scratch the favorite out of this event.
Yep.
Going to leave us with the field of 5. This starts the early pick 4, the early double, and one of our favorite bets, the place pick all.
And last night's place pick all paid pretty decently given some of the results that happened. If you had a couple of exactas along the way, you could have multiplied that payout there. So don't forget about the dollar place pick all that also begins here in race number 1. Race number 1 is going to be 4.5 furlongs for the thoroughbreds. Key scratch with Tony's Fever, so no show wagering in this spot. Leaving us with a field of 5 for a maiden claiming tag of 3,500. You got a mix of experience versus lightly race horses here.
And is it as simple as now with the scratch, it goes to the second choice, Gold Proof, 3 to 5 currently, 8 to 5 second choice as Tony's Fever was 6 to 5 morning line. Is it as simple as that outside runner? Is that all? Are we trying to find an exacta partner?
I think the race goes through him, without a doubt, because not only is he dropping to this level for the first time, but he gets an outside draw, and the main favorite out of this race is scratch. So the race goes to Gold Proof. Is there anyone keen enough to step up and make him sweat, make him battle in the spot?
I'm looking at the form up and down. I don't think anyone's quick enough to go with Gold Proof, so I think it simplifies it for Pedro Flores. I think he's just going to go out there, make an easy lead, settle around the turn, and run away with it. And I think the other 4 runners are going to be chasing for that second place money. What do we make of the first-time starter, Dancing with Circle on the inside? M&J Ranch, Jesus Ramos, Francisco Monroy.
There's been siblings to race. None of them have hit the board on debut. Monroy has been riding well, and I think because of the de facto kind of nature of this race now, it feels like the one was going to take betting support automatically because there's not a lot of else to grab onto outside of the big favorite. Now, I think the horse that I could make a strong case for would probably be the 3 Wild King. Because although he's raced 3 times, he hasn't been a factor. Look at his first 2 starts across Santa Saida. He's only about 2 and 3/4 lengths off a 22-1 opening quarter. It's not going to take much faster than that to be in the mix versus this group.
I agree with you, and that last start was off of a slight layoff, about 2.5 months off, moves to a new barn, goes into the barn of Angela Aquino. Cesar Ortega going to take over. Obviously, this horse has been facing tougher, dropping into the bottom level ranks here today. Should look quicker. Is he going to be quick enough, though, to keep up with Gold Proof? Because if I'm Pedro Flores, once again, I go back to the fact that I'm thinking these are maidens. I have the most experience. I have the most speed.
Yes.
I'm just going to put it to him right away. and make an easy lead in that first eighth of a mile.
And when you come down to these bottom level maiden claiming event, you just got to make them think twice about passing you. Just go out in front and say, you know, these are maidens for a reason. They don't want to pass you. Just get in front of them.
We had a maiden event last night where we spoke of these horses don't know how to win races. They don't know how to go by other horses. Just put them on the lead, and maybe they'll run away from the competition because they're not running to the competition and going by them. Maybe they'll get out of the front, feel confident, and stay there.
Let's give a glance at this entire pick four sequence there. Race number 2, conditional claiming tag of 5,000. Westport Captain is going to take a lot of betting support. Is that a 2-horse race with Joey Brackets?
I believe so. I'm interested in Drop the Bit. If Drop the Bit can revert the form to last fall, 2025, when this horse was getting out on the front end, maybe this horse can contend. I think you could look at that horse in the second race to go aside those other two, the 2 Joey Brackets and the 5 Westport Captain.
Yeah, Joey Brackets hasn't raced since last summer, but the local efforts are very, very good. Will be plenty tough with a pretty good effort off the layoff. Race number 3 is the first leg of the pick 6 tonight. Seated pool as well. Promotion of $10,000 seated pool. Comanche Gal. We saw that one race over the daytime and did everything but win over the daytime oval.
It was a big effort, finishing second, missing by 3/4 of a length. The effort prior to that, though, over this 1,000-yard oval, could not get out of the gate.
Yeah.
Was a little antsy, little fractious, didn't break, ended up having a horrible trip as a 3-2 betting favorite. So keep an eye on Comanche Gal. She will be on the rail as well. Going to be loaded first in race number 3.
I really like Bitcoin in that spot. Bitcoin is in post number 5 for the barn of Rafael de Leon. And then to close out the early pick 4, race number 4, Thoroughbreds 1,000-yard allowance. We got some heavy hitters, well-experienced runners. Otro Mas, Project Leader, Mitch's River. They're all well-experienced runners over this oval.
I'm intrigued by this 4th race. Going to close out the early pick 4. It is limited to a field of 5, but these are the fastest horses on the ground.
Yes.
Mischief River was a betting favorite in the Summer Stakes back on June 14th at 4-5. Could not get out of the gate properly. And then what can we say about Project Leader? Project Leader is looking after its 20th win at 1,000 yards. So Project Leader, 25 for 66 lifetime. 19 of those victories have come over this nighttime oval.
And Project Leader showing that renewed speed last time out, I think is a positive, right? It's got to be a positive.
And the outside draw is also positive because you can, if you have enough gas, you can cut over and kick dirt on these other foals.
And when they last met in that that May 3rd event, that's the night I really thought the race was going to shape up for Otro Mas. Mischief River was razor sharp that night. If he runs back to that race, they might be running for second.
Sure was, and that's the effort that we're looking to get out of Mischief River today in the 4th race.
So that's a glance there at the pick 4 sequence. Pick 4 pool about to cross the $80,000 mark. A couple of scratches, key scratches around the card is going to kind of narrow some of those tickets and some of those wagers. But still, if you can find 1 or 2 keys and maybe 1 or 2 favorites to beat, that's all you need here in the pick 4 Los Al.
It sure is, and in that place pick all and pick 6 sequence, I mean, the finale is a fun race, an allowance event for older horses, non-winners of 2 going to 350-yard distance, field of 6. I think you can go any direction in that finale as well.
You know who I like a lot? It's Nymph-like. Distance and post.
Gets the outside draw. I like heavily favored on the inside. Doesn't get that ideal draw, but I like heavily favored there coming into this 3rd off of a layoff.
Yeah, that's going to be a good way to end the program with those quarter horses going 350 yards. If you're looking for a place pick all single, I would go with Nymph-like in the place pick all. You?
To close it out, I would start here. I think at 1 to 2, you
Yeah,
know you're going to go on the lead.
It's hard to not see Gold Proof finish first or second here,
Right.
right?
So as a place pick all single, I think Gold Proof is going to be a key. You like Nymph-like in the bookend. And then in race number 4, I believe it's a 2-horse race. I know Otro Mas is there. If Otro Mas was drawn a little further out, but drawn to the inside, I think is going to be tough with the type of speed
Yes.
that you have at a Project Leader. And then the size of Mischief River. I think Otro Mas and Mischief River have the same type of gate speed. If they were opposing posts, it would help out Otro Mas, but being drawn to the inside, I think Cesar Ortega could just let this big boy lay on Otro Mas and put pressure.
Yeah, the positive of Otro Mas, you get to save ground. The negative is you got the speed to the outside of you.
And I'm not saying Otro Mas isn't good enough,
Correct, because I like him in there,
but you're going to have a lot of pressure from Mischief River right out of the gate.
yeah, that's going to be a fun way to complete the early pick 4 and start the mid-card double as well coming up in race number 4. Congrats to all the fans of España, Spain, World Cup champions, defeating Argentina just hours ago in the World Cup. Thank you for tuning in here to Los Alamitos Racecourse for a Sunday night of racing pick four pool about to cross the six-figure mark. For the first of eight, we'll send it up to Michael Rona.
Many thanks, Jose and Ulysses. Good evening. Yeah, you were just mentioning the World Cup final today. I thought that the hunch play of the night, for me personally, would have to be Rose Bowl. Alas, that horse has been scratched. Rose Bowl is where I attended the World Cup final of 1994. And it would have been a timely debut for that horse on the same day as this World Cup final, but not to be. The beautifully bred horse will keep for another day. Pick four pool reaching $100,000 as Wild King comes up to complete the line. 2 to 5 for Gold Proof. Ready for the opener. Racing. Wild King is away in a hurry, Gold Proof going fast, and so is Great Strike between that pair. Three of them vying for early supremacy. Karma's Revenge is a length off them, along the inside fourth, and Dancing with Circa gets back 8 lengths last. It's a good tussle for the lead. Small, compact field, but it's eagerly contested in the run to the turn. Gold Proof outside Wild King, now moving a length clear of Great Strike, and on the inside comes Karma's Revenge. Great Strike dropped back pretty sharply at that point, and at the 3/16 pole is Gold Proof, a neck in front of Wild King, and they've suddenly opened up 5 lengths on the next pair. It's Gold Proof the favourite, leading for home over Wild King, who's resilient along the inside. He's making a real race of it. It's Gold Proof still with the narrow advantage, and Gold Proof will get the job done, arriving 3/4 clear of Wild King and a gap of 4 lengths to Karma's Revenge. Great Strike was fourth, and Dancing with Circa is at the tail of the field. 2 to 5 for Gold Proof, and has prevailed over the 5 to 2 second choice Wild King in what will be a very popular exacta. The time 52.57, the unofficial result 6.325. Gold Proof beating Wild King, Karma's Revenge, and Great Strike. Gold Proof is returning to the winner's circle beneath Pedro Flores. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Idiot Proof from the Candy Ride mare Peppermint Tango, bred in California and raced by Bill Brown and trained by Felix Gonzalez. The result is official. The placing's officially 6-3-2-5. Race 2 comes up at 8:06. Clear of changes.
Race number 1 here at Los Alamitos did go official there. Our Gold Proof had to work for it, but got the job done with the outside post.
A little more competitive than I thought. I thought Gold Proof would make an easy lead down on the outside. Pedro Flores was shoving. Gold Proof wanted to stay with the competition a little longer than comfortable for me. Thought he would have put him away down the backside, but ultimately didn't get it done until at the wire when 3/4 of a length in front.
The post ended up being the difference. Let's go back and take a look here at the replay of that first event because Gold Proof was not able to accelerate as easily as maybe a lot of the public thought he would. But once he got out with the field, he was in command there on the outside and just, avoiding getting caught 3-4 wide. Once they got to the turn, there was a little bit of separation that happened. But if you're betting back any horse out of this event, it's got to be the 2. It's got to be Karma's Revenge.
Sure does. Second career start for Karma's Revenge. And watch right here. Francisco Orduña Rojas is trying to get in there. It's a little Karma's Revenge and a little Francisco Orduña Rojas. Karma's Revenge is a little hesitant. He reaches up and grabs a hold and takes care of Karma's Revenge. But at this point, you just stopped all the momentum. Karma's Revenge then starts drifting outward. The 2 leaders are going to start getting away. And this is when Gold Proof starts getting that head in front. These are maidens. Gold Proof is 0 for 9 lifetime, making career start number 10. Doesn't really want to get away from friends. Eventually grinds out the victory, getting away from the competition by about 3/4 of a length. It was a big effort by Wild King.
Yeah, Wild King won't be a maiden much longer at this level. If he comes back at the maiden 35 level, just like the 2, Karma's Revenge probably won't be a maiden with much longer if he repeats and improves on what he did. And let's take a look at the head-on to see if there was enough space for Francisco to say, you know what, I need to be aggressive with Karma's Revenge and take the rail.
This is where we always say on the quarter horse races that the pan shot is deceiving. Now we get to see the head-on on this thoroughbred event, and you see Karma's Revenge is hesitant. There's plenty of room there. There's about 2 horse paths to get on through. It gets a little tighter, but Karma's Revenge wants no part, and by this point, you're hitting the turn. He decides to just grab a hold of Karma's Revenge, and when he does that, Karma's Revenge wants to drift a little bit. A very educational ride, very educational trip for Karma's Revenge. Watch out for this horse next time out. Should have an idea of what's expected. And you're going to see, after getting all the momentum stopped, still trying, still chasing.
Yes.
They just got away from him a little too far. Once this horse gets out of the kickback into the clear, going to make up about a half length, maybe a length on him. But by this point, Gold Proof and Wild King are long gone.
The last time Gold Proof was favored 3 starts ago, he missed by a neck. This time around, he delivers the winning punch for the winning betters. Congrats to owner breeder Bill Brown, trainer Felix Gonzalez, and the winning rider Pedro Flores. Gold Proof, a maiden no more in career start number 10. 6-3-2-5 officially in race number 1. We're 13 minutes away to race number 2.
Moving on to the track for race 2, a 4.5 furlong thoroughbred condition claiming event for 3-year-olds and up. Number 1, Talisker Bay, is owned by Rosamond Barclay, trained by Gloria Haley, ridden by Francisco Monroy. Number 2, Joey Brackets, races for George Schmidt. He's trained by Monty Meyer, ridden by Ricardo Ramirez. 3, Lucky's Loaded, owned by Carol Anderson, is trained by Isidro Tamayo, partnered by Cesar Ortega. Number 4, Drop the Bit, is owned and trained by Angie Aquino. Henry Lopez is the rider. 5, Westport Captain, is owned by Randall Prey, trained by Van Belvoir and ridden by Edgar Pieris. 4.5 furlongs the distance of this thoroughbred condition claiming event for 3-year-olds and up. There is no show wagering. We offer Win Place, Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, and Pick 3. 7 minutes to post.
Welcome back here to Los Alamitos Race Course. Jose and Ulysses here with you as we're taking a look at race number 2, start of a new rolling pick 3 here in race number 2. In case you just tuned in and you missed out on the early pick 4, rolling pick 3 begins right here. Thoroughbreds, conditional claiming tag of $5,000, going a distance of 4.5 furlongs here. And we thought it was going to be a 2-horse race, but well, getting bet like a two-horse race, but actually getting bet like a one-horse race with Westport Captain taking the majority of the play.
9-5 morning line favorite. Second off of a layoff. That fifth place effort last out was not bad. Missing by 6.25 lengths. Had every reason to get tired. Hadn't been to the races since October of last season. Now making the second start of the layoff. Gets the outside draw. Cuts back to the 4.5 furlong distance, as well as a bit of a drop in class to try to find friends. That's why you're getting all the money. 3-5, Van Belvar, Edgar Palleras. But I don't think it's easy as Westport Captain. I think you got a horse in Joey Brackett's the 2.
Yes.
Who's 5-2, who I think can show some speed. Don't
sleep on
overlook Lucky's Loaded.
Yes.
I think Lucky's Loaded. That win 2-back was solid. I know it was against $3,500 claimers, but that was a solid effort. And the 4 dropped a bit. If dropped a bit can show the type of gate speed that he had last season, I think he'll have a say in this event as well. And with all that said, we're going to circle back to Talisker Bay. Somebody hooks up early, Talisker Bay can pick up the pieces and take over.
There could be a scenario here where the 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all showing similar type of speed. Guess who benefits the most? It's
Talisker Bay. Yes. Don't sleep on the 10-1 longest shot on the board, Talisker Bay, because if they go quick early, Talisker Bay is going to be running late.
But if you would have told me that, Jose, I'm going to give you Joey Brackets at 5-2, would you take it? I said yes. As I said that, it clicked down to 2-1. But I would honestly still take 2-1. That would be the bottom line. I wouldn't take anything lower. But Joey Brackets, I honestly don't mind the layoff because he's shown us that he can win and run well off of layoffs before. Yes, you probably have to run a very, very top effort off the layoff, but I think he can here. And if he's somewhere near those numbers that where he was running here in, 53.16, 52.94 at 1,000 yards, translated to a 4.5 furlongs, probably just a repeat of those efforts gets the job done.
And this is the lowest level Joey Brackets has ever run at.
Yes.
So comes back to the races and is aggressively placed at this $5,000 tag. 2-1 is what you're getting at the moment. I believe it's going to go south because I think Westport Captain's price may go slightly north. So I think Joey Brackets will take a little bit more money. The horse that I'm looking at is Lucky's Loaded, the 3. I don't think Lucky's Loaded needs the lead to win. Didn't have the lead when he won 2-back on May 10th. I think you're going to get a similar trip for Lucky's Loaded where I could see Westport Captain being aggressively forwardly placed by Edgar Palleras, Joey Brackets off the layoff showing some speed, and hopefully Drop the Bit can show some speed. If that's the case, I think Lucky's Loaded is going to be sitting in a garden spot right behind him.
Looking at the 4-5 favorite here, it's not automatic that he's going to clear this field, right? It's not automatic that he's going to be in the lead.
No, but it is a compact field of 5, and you have an aggressive rider in Edgar Palleras.
Yeah.
I think he's going to do everything possible to be there with them, which is why I think you might get a pace duel up front of like 2, maybe even 3 horses.
Honestly, thought the horse that was going to take a little bit more play than the current odds was going to be the 3 Lucky's Loaded. He's the most surprising price on the board, without a doubt.
I agree. I mean, he's the longest shot on the board now. 9-1 off the 5-1 morning line. I'll take that gamble. You're going to give me 9-1 on Lucky's Loaded that he's going to fire an effort like he did 2 and 3 back. I'll take that chance in this spot.
It's going to be an interesting way to see how the races run. It's going to be a race to the turn, like it usually is. But Talisker Bay, if Talisker Bay finds himself within 2 to 3 lengths of the leaders heading to the turn, they're going to be in trouble. Because there's not that fast opening speed that opens up 4 or 5 of them and kicks on through. There's a little bit of coming back to the field type of speed in this race. So if Talisker Bay find himself within range into the turn, they're going to be in trouble.
And as a rider, I'm telling you, it's a compact field. You ride the race differently. For Edgar Palleras, you're on the favorite, you're on the outside. This horse hasn't made the lead early, but it's a compact field. So you're going to have to go because you want to be forwardly placed, because if not, you're looking at 2 or 3 horses that could go with you. Now you're going to be hanging out in the 3 or 4 path. You don't want that either. And I could tell you, I'm looking at the double wheel pace. The favorite in the doubles is not Westport Captain. It's actually the 2.
Yeah.
Joey Brackets.
Okay. So I'm not going to get 2-1, basically, is what you're telling me.
Now you're 8-5.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that win
Yeah.
money is going to come in. Still, the surprise, Jose, is Lucky's Loaded at 9-1.
Yeah, that's surprising odds. Like if you're starting new rolling pick 3s, that's the horse that must be on the tickets, in my opinion.
I agree with
Because
you.
he's getting overlooked. He shouldn't be 9-1 here.
Try to beat these favorites here in this race number 2.
So race number 2, exacta, trifecta. Quinella and rolling pick 3 wager in here for the second event. And they're going 4.5 furlongs. We'll go out to Mike Moreno for the call.
Talisker Bay has moved into gate 1. Joey Brackets will be his next door neighbour. Lucky's Loaded has the middle stall in the 5-horse field. Drop the Bit about to come along. And Westport Captain, who did a bit of gate schooling a few minutes ago, will complete the line. 6-5 for both Joey Brackets and Westport Captain, numbers 2 and 5. Ready for action. Drop the Bit moving his head around. Racing. Drop the Bit showing good pace out of gate 4 to go to the early lead over Westport Captain and Lucky's Loaded, Joey Brackets and Talisker Bay. 5 lengths covering the 5 candidates. It's Drop the Bit with a 1-length lead over Westport Captain, followed by Lucky's Loaded. Joey Brackets on the inside, 4 lengths off the pace setter, and Talisker Bay is the tail ender. It's Drop the Bit increasing the advantage to 2.5 lengths from Westport Captain, and 1.5 lengths to Lucky's Loaded. 2 more lengths to Joey Brackets, who has drifted 7 lengths in arrears. At the back is Talisker Bay. Drop the Bits, giving them plenty to think about. Spinning for home on a 3.5 length lead. Westport Captain second. He in turn is clear of the rest. Joey Brackets beginning to stretch home late, but far too late. It's all Drop the Bit. Drop the Bit has given nothing else a look in. Beats Joey Brackets by 4 lengths. Westport Captain third ahead of Lucky's Loaded and Talisker Bay. Number 4, Drop the Bit, is the unofficial winner. He was moving his head about just before the gate opened, but he came out in front and he maintained that position every step of the way, clocking 51.35 seconds in defeating number 2, Joey Brackets, doing his best work late off the 11-month layoff. Number 5, Westport Captain, was third. Number 3, Lucky's Loaded, fourth. The result is official. Placings officially 4-2-5-3. Drop the Bit is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Pavel from Factor of 2, who's by the Factor. Drop the Bit was bred in California by Redham Racing. He's owned and trained by Angela Aquino. Henry Lopez had the winning mount. Post time for race 3, 8:30. This is the first leg of the $2 pick 6. The pool has been seeded at $10,000 by Los Alamitos. Pick 6 scratches. Beginning in race 6 with number 3 Confidence. Number 3 comes out of race 6. And in the 7th, scratch number 1 Rose Bowl and number 4 Can't Catch This Jet. Numbers 1 and 4 out of race 7. There are no jockey changes tonight.
Drop it a bit, gets the job done in race number 2, and we'll take it back here to the replay, Ulysses. There was some hesitation from the inside part of the gate here.
Sure was, and dropped a bit, and Henry Lopez. Henry Lopez was aggressive. We were looking for this gate speed that was shown back in November of last year. Last winter showed that gate speed, came back today, was aggressive out of the gate, and look it paid off.
Yes.
It's a compact field of 5. You get out there in front, let your horse get comfortable, get confident, and around the turn you steal 2 lengths. Goodbye. They don't see Drop the Bit and Henry Lopez anymore.
Right about here, I looked to you and I said, look at the body language. Everybody's all in. At this point, the race was absolutely won.
Henry Lopez is asking for a little more. Drop the Bit responds, looks over his left shoulder, realizes that the competition is backing up and his horse is still going and responding past the 8th pole. Nice ride. Good, aggressive ride. That was the key. Be aggressive out of the gate. It's a compact field of 5, and he won it in the first 1/8 of a mile.
Yeah, the last 3 starts were dropped a bit. There had been some excuses in all 3 starts. The trips were not ideal this time around. It was a perfect break, and once the 1, 2, and 3 got out to sluggish, slow breaks, the lead was up for grabs.
And you see that head-on replay. They come together, do the 1 Talisker Bay, Joey Brackett's a 2, and Lucky's loaded the 3. They come together. Henry Lopez and Drop the Bit have clear sailing. You know what's the best way to get a good trip?
Go on the lead.
Get out to the front end where nobody could bother you, and that's exactly what Henry Lopez does on Drop the Bit.
Having said that, the horse that I would back from underneath would be Joey Brackett's because he broke slow, got bumped. He didn't really find his best stride until it was pretty much at the wire.
Until he was swung out middle of the turn. Ricardo Ramirez gets Joey Brackett's out in the clear at this point, and then he starts gaining some ground. But the race was won by Drop the Bit in the first 1/8 of a mile, able to open up a comfortable lead and not look back.
That's going to be an easy win there for Drop the Bit. Now 3 for 17 lifetime. Congrats to Angie Aquino on her trainer, Henry Lopez. 4-2-5-3 official in race number 2. The early double, $8 and change, $8.20 to be exact in the early double. That's 15 minutes away here for race number 3.
Tonight's $2 pick six gets underway with the upcoming third race in 9 minutes. Los Alamitos adding $10,000 to the pick six pool. 1,000 yards is the distance of this condition claiming race for fillies and mares 3 and up. Number 1, Comanche Gal, is owned by BG Stables, trained by Van Belvoor and ridden by Edgar Payeras. Number 2, Crypto Crush, races for Hugo Alonso Santos. Jesus Uranga is the trainer, Francisco Orduña Rojas, the rider. 3, She's a Gemini Jewel, is owned and trained by Jose Rodales, ridden by Cesar Ortega. Robert Lucas owns and trains number 4, Jaeger Angel, who has the company of Krista Ballerera. Number 5, Big Coin, represents RD Race Stable. Rafael de Leon is the trainer. Ricardo Ramirez has been engaged. Number 6, Breville, is owned and trained by Gloria Haley. Francisco Monroy does the steering.
Race number 3, first leg of tonight's pick 6 sequence here with a seated pool of $10,000 here. This race number 3 set for 1,000 yards, conditional claiming tag of 62.50. And as we suspected, the one Comanche Gal taking the majority of the play.
3 to 5 on the board, 6 to 5 morning line. I don't think it's as easy as this rail
No.
runner. This horse has made the lead before and got caught. I see a horse in Bitcoin that has the same amount of speed, if not a little quicker than Comanche Gal. I could see them hooking up early, and then it's going to be a race from the middle of the turn to the wire. Can any of these other runners pick them off late?
Well, we've seen other speed from the likes of Jaeger Angel. She shouldn't be too far off of it either. The key about Comanche Gal is that 2 starts ago she was fractious, cost herself a good break. She's got the rail. If she makes any kind of mistakes from the rail, she's going to put herself in a very tough spot once again. Can we see a little bit of speed from She's a Gemini Jewel as well?
Maybe somewhat, but I don't think she's faster than Jaeger Angel out of the gate. So I
No.
think Jaeger Angel is the closest to Comanche Gal with that type of speed. Bitcoin is going to be also pushing down on Jaeger Angel. I think it's up to these 2 fillies to get over on Comanche Gal.
Yeah, and a few of these have face each other, like Breville the 6 exits some races against She's a Gemini Jewel and Jaeger Angel as well. So they kind of know each other. There's a few runners that have shown the ability to pass horses. So we have a little bit of versatility in some of these runners. But the race has to go through Comanche Gal. Whether you think she's going to clear, then at that point you might be saying, you know what, at that point I'll just take my chances as a single to begin the pick 6. Or if you're not convinced that she's the clearest leader with a clean trip, then it could really open it up to 2 or 3 other runners.
I agree with you. She's drawn to the inside. I think Edgar Palleras' hands are tied. You have to go. You cannot allow these horses to take your path. You have the shortest way around there. Edgar Palleras has to make sure that he gets Comanche Gal on the lead at all costs. Unlike Jaeger Angel and Bitcoin, where they're drawn a little further outside and they're not going to take that much kickback, Comanche Gal doesn't have that luxury. Edgar Palleras has to make sure that he's on the front end. And that's where Jaeger Angel, Bitcoin have a bit of an advantage drawn to the outside.
Yeah, and I think that obviously the break is going to be crucial like it usually is over these sprints at Los Alamitos. But even if Bitcoin is not, battling for the lead, she has shown time and time again that she can stalk and finish. So she probably is going to, more importantly, play the break and see what the 1-4 do out of the gate.
Ricardo Ramirez can play the break, but you can't take it for granted because you have a horse next to you in Jaeger Angel that has some speed. And if you don't get out and you allow Comanche Gal to make the lead, then you're just chasing. That's second place money. If Comanche Gal gets out there to a length lead around the turn, you're going to have a situation where they're going to have trouble catching her. She's not going to be easily reeled in. So I think Ricardo Ramirez can't take it for granted. I think he has to go.
Let's talk about some of the long shots here, including the 2 Crypto Crush for Jesus Uranga. This was a filly facing the boys last time out, and the boys off a layoff against tougher Daytime Mobile. Doesn't it look like that was just a spot to get her back to the races and get some fitness?
I agree with you, but you look up and down the form. 1 for 23 lifetime. The last 10 efforts, best finish were a couple of 4th place finishes. She's really going to have to turn that form around, and she doesn't have that much gate speed. So she's going to need help on the front end, and hopefully some of these other fillies come back to her. She can pick up the pieces, but I think she's really going to have to step it up to win this race.
So this begins a pick 6, total pool 32,000 plus with the 10 seated. So fresh pool of over 22,000 already. That's a good one. Let's take a look at the sequence here. Races 3 through 8. Any other spot where you think there could be a spot where players want to take a stand here in the pick 6?
I think in the next race, race number 4, I think that's an intriguing event. And if you take a stand there, I will respect it. Whether you go to Project Leader, Mischief River, Otro Mas, Daniel's Magic, or Tiger Fire, any of the 5 runners, if you take a stand, I will respect it. And then you spoke of the finale, Jose.
That's where I would take a stand.
I think that's where you have the luxury of the outside draw and nymph light.
Yes.
And if that's the case, this is a scenario where the sequence plays out where you're going to take a stand in the finale. You play survive in advance.
Correct, yeah.
You go deeper in these legs and just rely on nymph like in the finale.
Because at that race number 4, Otro Mas, Mischief River, and Project Leader, they're all going to take that same type of money where no one's going to be clear. Like Project Leader likely might go favored, but I don't think he'll be clearly favored in a pick 6 sequence. You get me? So they're all going to play, I think, fairly evenly. There's not going to be a ton of separation in that race number 4 in pick 6 implications. So if you got other spots where you can narrow down and take stands, it gives you kind of the leverage to say, you know what, those are good horses. I just want to get out of that race.
And for me, when you're going to look at a sequence like this and you're thinking you want to take a stand in the finale, that's the type of sequence I like to jump into because then you're playing survive in advance. You can go 2 or 3 deep here, 2 or 3 deep in the next leg, and then play it by ear as you go forward where you do pick a spot where you say, you know what, I don't really like anybody here. Let me go 3 or 4 deep because I know I'm going to rely on a single in the finale.
The ultimate 2-horse race on paper and betting board is going to be race number 7, without a doubt. Passion for Trains and Flying Fast 1, 2, 3, that race is going to get bet like an absolute 2-horse race.
I agree with you. A couple of big scratches. They scratch the 1, Rose Bowl, and the 4 can't catch this jet out of that 7th event. You have 2 experienced runners who have hit the board already in Passion for Trays and Flying Fast 1, 2, 3, the 2 horses you spoke of. And then you have Zendayita. Solid works, but this is her career debut.
Yeah.
Not the easiest spot to debut.
No.
And then you have Accelerate, who has 1 start, troubled effort. You can draw a line through that. This is basically a career debut for Accelerate as well. I think it's tough for any of those 2 runners to turn the tables on Passion for Trains or Flying Fast 1, 2, 3. So I think that is a legit 2-horse race.
Best of luck if you're getting involved in the pick 6. Total pool crossing the $37,000 mark. Top pick for you in race number 3.
Top pick for me here in this 3rd event. I'm going to go to the 5 big coin. 7-5 over 4-5, now 3-2. I'm going to go to the 5 because of the draw. I like the outside draw.
Same. I think the draw gives this one a few options. Let's see if Comanche Gal, the current 4-5 favorite, gets a fair break from that inside draw. Pick 6 time here at Los Alamitos. Let's go out to Mike Corona.
The field loading. Crypto Crush joining She's a Gemini Jewel. Big Coin comes up, followed by Breville. The last couple to load would normally be the first couple into the gate as they load in 2 pairs. The 1 and the 4 you would have expected in a 6-horse field. But Comanche Gal and Jaeger Angel are going to be the last couple to be positioned. 3-5 for number 1, Comanche Gal. 3-2 for number 5, Big Coin. Jaeger Angel has been dismounted by Cristobal Herrera. She's proving uncooperative behind the gate. I was about to say behind gate 4, but they haven't even got her close to the gate yet. Jaeger Angel looks like she's moved in now. And the rail runner, Comanche Gal, 3-5, has been watching this all unfold, and it would suit her fine to go in last, and the starter is about to release them. Racing. Comanche Gal begins nicely with Breville and Jaeger Angel and Big Coin. They're followed after 2 lengths by She's a Gemini Jewel and 4 more lengths to Crypto Crush. It's Comanche Gal going to the front from Big Coin and Breville, followed by Jaeger Angel. She's a Gemini Jewel 7 lengths off the pace and 5 ahead of Crypto Crush. Big Coin moves up to join Comanche Gal in the run to the turn. They are eyeballing each other. The top 2 in the wagering, level pegging around the bend. 4 lengths ahead of Breville, followed by Jaeger Angel. She's a Gemini Jewel. On the swing for home, Comanche Gal and Big Coin are inseparable. They're racing tightly too. They brushed in up a stretch as Big Coin gets the upper hand from Comanche Gal. Now here come the chasers. She's a Gemini Jewel's coming with a big flourish. Jaeger Angel runs on. She's a Gemini Jewel got up to nail Big Coin with Jaeger Angel third. A race that changed complexion dramatically in the home stretch. After the top 2 in the betting were battling for the honours around the turn. Big Coin won that battle, but did not win the war because She's a Gemini Jewel has picked her off late at 7-1. Number 3, She's a Gemini Jewel, getting up to beat 5, Big Coin, with number 4, Jaeger Angel, getting into third, and number 6, Breville, winds up fourth. So the odds-on favourite is out of the superfecta. The time 54.11 seconds. 54.11. The result is official. Placings officially 3, 5, 4, 6. She's a Gemini Jewel is a Bay Filly 3 by Seeking the Soul from the Lemon Drop Kid Mare Drop Your Jersey, bred in Kentucky by Charles Fipke, owned and trained by Jose Rodales, ridden by Cesar Ortega. Post time for race 4, 8:55. 8:55. No changes to the field as we open the $1 mid-card double and continue the rolling pick threes.
And there's our first upset of the night, and it comes in race number 3, which is also the first leg of the pick 6. She's a Gemini Jewel, 7-1.
7-1. She's a Gemini Jewel. Nice ride by Cesar Ortega. Second time wearing the flipping halter. She got out of the gate in better order. You rarely see the flipping halter on these thoroughbreds. Jose Rodales tried it on She's a Gemini Jewel last out. Was 4.5 lengths off of him down the backside. You get a similar trip today, and we spoke of that early speed of Comanche Gal and Big Coin. We saw it.
Yes.
And what did they do? Have nothing left for the finish. They killed each other off.
Yes, and it was a fun race to watch because there was a few things developing down the backstretch. Let's take a look here at the replay from the get-go. Comanche Gal, the strong baiting favorite there from that inside post, got away relatively well. But once Bitcoin was within 3/4 of a length of Comanche Gal, I said to you, it's a horse race.
And at this point, Comanche Gal and Edgar Payeras. Edgar Payeras is being aggressive, but you see Gal's ears come up.
Yes.
Not really wanting to get away. Her ears come up, wants to get a little comfortable, wants to wait for friends, waits on Bitcoin. Bitcoin now makes it a horse race. And Bitcoin is actually going to get that head in front midway around the turn. And you're going to see, they're going to come out of the turn together, and Ricardo Ramirez is going to let Bitcoin lay on Comanche Gal. They're going to come together about the 8th pull. A little bit of fatigue. Horses trying real hard. You're going to see him right here, right-hand urging. They're going to come together here a little bit, lay on each other, a bit of race riding, and here comes She's a Gemini Jewel on the outside because Bitcoin just gets a little too tired in the last 16.
Yeah, late surge there, and this is a horse that was the beaten favorite last time out, so if you stuck with her one more time, you got a much better prize this time around. Looking at the head-on, it was a fairly clean, fair break.
Sure was. You're going to see the two horses come together and hook up. As soon as they come onto the main track past this gap, they're going to hook up and make their own little match race. And around the turn, you're going to get Bitcoin, get that head in front, try to put Comanche Gal away. Watch this in the middle of the turn. You're going to see Edgar Payeras put that stick in his left hand. He's wanting something extra from Comanche Gal because he feels that she's wanting to back up at this point. You're going to see them middle of the turn. Edgar Payeras is going to go to that left hand, give this filly a little bit of a different view, something different. There it is there because he knows that she's wanting to back up from that inside post. And she sure enough does. She's going to end up finishing 5th, Jose.
That's key because I do believe that is a place pick call separator. Yes, the 5 finished second, but there's plenty of tickets that single Comanche Gal in the place pick call.
I agree with you. Place pick call, you got to finish 1st or 2nd. You're thinking Comanche Gal is going to be able to open up a lead. Even if she gets caught, she'll finish 2nd. She gets tired, backs up to finish 5th.
A nice price to begin the pick 6 and a nice price in the pick 4. She's a Gemini Jewel, upsetting race number 3. Congrats to owner, trainer Jose Rodales, ridden by Cesar Ortega in race number 3. Will be coming up next year. Race number 4 at Los Alamitos is just 13 minutes away.
Thanks, Jose and Ulysses. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting word in the final race, the 8th race tonight. Henry Lopez will not be riding number 3, La Solita. Henry Lopez, who won the 2nd race on Drop the Bit, will be off La Solita in the final race. We need a replacement jockey for number 3 in race 8. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lopez replacement in race 8 for number 3, La Solita, will be Damien Cruz. He'll be £4 over. Damien Cruz +4 onto number 3 La Solita in race 8. Race 4 at 1,000 yards is an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, opening the $1 mid-card double. Number 1 Otramas is owned by Efren and Marco Ruiz, trained by Martin Valenzuela Jr., ridden by Edgar Payeras. 2 Mischief River is owned by Amble Green Ranch, prepared by Jimmy Glenn Jr., guided by Cesar Ortega. Number 3 Tiger Fire, trailing the field onto the track, owned and trained by Jesus Aranga, piloted by Francisco Orduña Rojas. Number 4, Daniel's Magic, races for Brian Flanagan, Michael Jarvis and Shannon Pate. Craig Delassie applies the polish. Francisco Monroy does the steering. 5, Project Leader is the second entrant, owned and trained by Uranga. Ricardo Ramirez has the mount. 6 minutes to post.
Welcome into the payoff leg of the early pick four and the second leg of tonight's pick six, which was a very nice, healthy pool. Race number four, we both agreed that this probably is the most competitive race of the entire program.
It is the funnest to watch because you're going to see the fastest horses around the turn here on the grounds. Project Leader looking for its 20th victory at this 1,000-yard distance, has 25 career victories in 66 starts, looking to try to make it 20 at 1,000 yards. You have Mischief River, who was the favorite in the summer stakes, ended up finishing third. Otro Mas from that inside post. This horse coming off of a win last stout, and Daniel's Magic coming in from the daytime for Craig DeLassy. You do have a filly in the race in Tiger Fire. Don't overlook her as well. I think she has numbers that fit in this group. It's not the easiest spot, but she fits against this bunch as well.
I think the main question to kind of look through this race is, does Project Leader clear?
I think Project Leader does clear. I do think he's quick enough. I think that first eighth of a mile is quick enough to clear. And if that's the case, Cesar Ortega can ease to the outside and have a target to run at. The key is, though, we've seen Project Leader time and time again get on that front end and skate around the turn. Just kind of drift out a little bit because he hits it so fast. That's where Mischief River has a decision to make. Do you stay and rely on that and take the inside route, or do you wait and go around?
And it's going to be obviously a race to the turn with lots of speed, but there's not a lot of comeback speed. So you can't allow a runner like Project Leader or even Mischief River to get breathing room up front. Because if they do, you're running for second.
You're just going to chase because Project Leader isn't the type of horse that's going to come back. If he fires his best effort, he's going to be hard to catch. So Cesar Ortega has to make sure he sends Mischief River out of there and gets them forwardly placed. You don't want to be 3 lengths behind Project Leader midway around the turn because it's going to be hard to run him down.
The win by Mischief River 2 back really impressed me that night. On that May 3rd night, he went toe-to-toe with alphabetical order and won nicely by 2 1/4 lengths, almost going sub 52 seconds flat. Now, he came back and ran a solid third as a beaten favorite with a 52.42. If he runs a 52 flat here, he wins this race. Plain and simple.
If any of these horses go 52 flat, they're going to be the winner. The key to Mischief River is, you spoke of that third place finish in that summer stakes last out. Horse had an awkward beginning. It wasn't really out of the gate. It was that second and third jump. He kind of flipped his head up. He wasn't really underneath himself, went to skating out of the gate. Cesar Ortega has to make sure this horse is standing square and ready to leave there, because if he's not, he's going to be backing up while Project Leader is going to open up at least 3 on him.
What do we make with a runner like Daniel's Magic, who was layout since October, came back on July 3rd in the daytime oval? He was 6-1 at a field of 7. He was part of the pace. He was chasing some pretty good fractions. Can he be sharp enough here to make it interesting in the early stages?
I think so. This is second off of a layoff. He's going to be sharper out of the gate, but he's got to be quicker. He's fit enough. He has that start going 5.5 furlongs. But once again, it comes down to Daniel's Magic, Mischief River, whoever it is. I think Project Leader is going to make the lead. You can't be too far off of Project Leader. You can't spot him 2 or 3 lengths, because or else this horse is not going to come back to the field.
Yeah, to me, the play is Ultramas, because I think if he runs his race, is good enough to win. He's got the post to be able to save the ground. The key to the race is if anybody opens up and gets a breather. And I'm hoping that the race shapes out where Mischief River and Project Leader match each other, and Daniel's Magic is keeping him honest, and that allows Ultramas to kick it into high gear and around the turn.
I'm excited about this race. I know it's a compact field of 5, but these are the fastest horses on the grounds, and this can go any which way. Project Leader can get out there on the front and not look back. You could see Mischief River do the same thing, or you could see him hook up and open it up for somebody like Daniel's Magic or Otro Mas. There are plenty of scenarios here. I think the key is Project Leader in that first 100 yards. If Project Leader can get out there, do a good start, watch out, because he might not be coming back to the field.
Top pick for you?
I'm on Mischief River. 3 to 5 is a bit of a short price, but I think the class will prevail. Cesar Ortega should get this horse out of the gate in good order, considering last out was a bit of a troubled start. That's going to be in his mind. He's going to make sure he gets Mischief River out of the gate in good order, and I think he'll be breathing down Project Leader's neck midway around the turn.
By the way, the new pool money, new money in the pick 6 pool was 51,000. Add to 10 seated, over 61,000 in that pick six that began with a pretty nice price.
And that was a nice price to start it. We got 7-1 on She's a Gemini Jewel. This is the second leg, closeout leg of the early pick four, which had a pool of over 119,000. I could tell you, lowest payout on that early pick four, $110 to the 2 Mischief River, and then it jumps up over $300 to the 1, 4, and 5, with the biggest payout to the 3, the Philly, being over 1,600.
That is some serious separation from the favorite to the next second favorite in the wheel place in the pick four. Let's see how it plays out. This race number 4. Let's pay out the early pick four. Here's Mike Corona.
Otromas has entered gate 1. Mischief River about to come forward. 4 to 5 as he does so. Tiger Fire, long shot stablemate to Project Leader, and the lone filly in the field is about to enter gate 3. Mischief River number 2 was briefly into 3 to 5, is back to 4 to 5. They've opened the front of gate 3 for Tiger Fire, who's reluctant. Tiger Fire yet to enter gate number 3. Since I've got a spare minute, Jose and Ulysses, you were obviously talking at length about Mischief River. He's an intriguing horse. I've discussed this on the webcast preview show that we do weekly for Losal. Now, the inside pair have been backed out of line during this delay with Tiger Fire, so we now have a total of 0 horses in the gate. So just to expand on Mischief River, he won his career debut at Los Alamitos during a daytime meet, beating Privman, if you remember that, a couple of years ago. And he was stakes placed at Del Mar soon after that. He turned up at Kentucky Downs, where I was announcing last year, and won an allowance race on the turf at Kentucky Downs at 20 to 1. And he's come back here in 2026 to Los Alamitos to make a real splash at the 1,000-yard trip. He's had one of the more unusual journeys into 1,000-yard prominence, that's for sure. Now, they got Tiger Fire into gate 3, so the inside couple, Otromas and Mischief River, have reloaded. Daniel's Magic comes along, and Project Leader will be the last in. 3 to 5 Mischief River. His odds have been fluctuating between 4 to 5 and 3 to 5. Racing! Tiger Fire has missed the start conspicuously. She's a fast filly, but she's a distant last early. And this leaves Project Leader to cross and lead very comfortably over Daniel's Magic, with a long margin then to Mischief River and Otromas, and Tiger Fire is back a distant last. They've strung out over 15 lengths. Project Leader a length and a half to Daniel's Magic, 5 lengths Otromas and Mischief River, and 5 more to Tiger Fire. 3/16 to go. Project Leader by a half length. Daniel's Magic running a strong race on his outside. Draws level, but the rail is open for Otromas, who strides through strongly to make a line of 3. 16th to go. Otromas comes at Project Leader and Daniel's Magic, then Mischief River. It's Daniel's Magic in front. Daniel's Magic has won from either Project Leader or Mischief River, and Otromas on the inside is a close fourth in a ripping contest. Number 4, Daniel's Magic, is the unofficial winner with a photo needed for second. He stayed reasonably close to Project Leader along the backstretch, well clear of Otromas and Mischief River. And he has the better of Project Leader in the closing stages, with Mischief River coming strongly on the outside late on the scene. Outremas got the rails split to get involved. Terrific race. Second after the photo has gone to project leader number 5. He's held on to second, with Mischief River number 2 finishing third. Outremas number 1 was fourth. The time 52.35. 4521 unofficially. Here comes Daniel's Magic back to the winner's circle. An 8-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Magician from the War Chant mare Love and War. Bred in Kentucky by SJS Stables. Owned by Brian Flanagan, Michael Jarvis and Shannon Pate. Craig DeLacy is the winning trainer. Francisco Monroy, the victorious jockey. The result is official. Placings officially 4521. The $1 early pick 4, $379.50. The late pick 4 opens with race 5 at 9:20. Pick 4 scratches and jockey changes. Go to race 6, put the pen through number 3 Confidence, number 3 out of race 6. Race 7, scratch 1 Rose Bowl and 4 Can't Catch This Jet. Numbers 1 and 4 out of the 7th. And in race 8, a late change of rider for number 3 La Solita, Damien Cruz. Damien Cruz 4 pounds over onto number 3 in race 8.
In a pick 4 sequence that began with Gold Proof winning the first leg as a heavy public choice, the pick 4 still came back over $379.
We had a 7-1 post-time winner, and now we get Daniel's Magic at 5-1. Project Leader gets out on the front end like expected. Does skate around the turn, does drift, but Daniel's Magic gets on the outside, runs him down, and holds off the late charge.
And I'm glad this race lived up to the billing because we both thought this was going to be the funnest race of the card, and I think it ended up being up to this point. By the way, it shaped out. Let's go take a look at the replay here. We expected speed from Project Leader. Speed was there, but what happened when he got to the turn?
The usual antics. He just hits the turn so hard. You see even now down the backside, you're going to see Project Leader's nose tipped a bit inward. Means he's already trying him. He's already trying Ricardo Ramirez. Ricardo Ramirez knows him well. Been aboard plenty of times. But you see here, at this point, he's already trying you. You reach up and grab a little more rein. What that ends up doing is now he's fighting you. Now he's got that nose tipped inward, and he's running outward. That shoulder's going out. He tries some encouragement on the shoulder. At this point, Daniel's Magic comes on the outside. Project Leader is not comfortable. Once they straighten out, tries once again to fight off Daniel's Magic, but just doesn't have enough. And you see Mischief River with that late run, gaining on him, finishes third, but can catch up to Daniel's Magic. Nice ride by Francisco Monroy.
Keeping his runner within striking range of Project Leader was the key around the turn. Now, he got carried a little bit wide, but he didn't get stopped full momentum. And I think that was the key. Don't get completely stopped. Don't get carried too wide here. And when the rail opened up for Otro Mas, it kind of seemed like he was going to be the one that's going to benefit. But Daniel's Magic, once they straightened out, he found a little bit of an extra gear.
And you see going into the turn here, you're better off as a rider, grab that right rein to drop your horse into that left lead. Instead, he's hanging on that left rein. His horse starts skating. Look how far off the rail they are. That definitely cost him a bit of ground. I don't know if he was going to be able to hold off Daniel's Magic, but what I could tell you, he wasn't comfortable drifting out and having Daniel's Magic breathing down his neck outside of him. He ends up getting past, getting caught, finishes second. Nice ride by Francisco Monroy. Nice training job by Craig Delassie. Second off of a layoff, comes here to Los Alamitos and gets the victory.
Yeah, he ran a very good second here at Los Alamitos, 1,000 yards way back in the summer of 2025. He comes back and shows much better speed this time around. And from the top of the drone shot here, you can see Project Leader have plenty of clearance to easily go on over and cross over. But once he didn't take that turn cleanly, it opened up the race for someone else.
And this horse always skates around the turn.
Yes.
We spoke of it in post-parade. Even in the overhead shot, you see how this horse seems like he's running diagonally. That's because you're hanging on the left rein. And
that
watch
cost him
this
the win.
drift. Look at this drift.
Yeah.
I mean, he drifts over about 2-3 past. Would have gone further. But Francisco Monroy and Daniel's Magic didn't let him.
No.
They laid on him. They made sure, no, you're staying there. We're going to run on by you now.
And look at all that space for Otro Mas. He just couldn't really accelerate through that inside path.
Had it plenty of room. He tried, and he ends up getting nosed out for the third place money by the outside runner in Mischief River.
1360, the win price by Daniel's Magic, and those 1360 are going to go a long way, I think, in the pick six. There's going to be some serious separation there in the pick six implications there with Daniel's Magic getting the win for the partnership. Congrats to Craig Delassie. Francisco Monroy riding very well and gets another winner. Officially now 4-5-2-1 in race number 4. We're 12 minutes away to race number 5, start of the late pick 4.
The late pick 4 gets underway with this 5th race at 4.5 furlongs. It's a thoroughbred claimer for 3-year-olds and up. Number 1 is Speed of the Nile, owned by Rodrigo Quevedo, trained by Sally Rivera, partnered by Pedro Flores. Number 2, Lampy, is owned and trained by Arturo Williams. Edgar Payeras is aboard. Three, What a Relief, races for Baseline Equine LLC. Francisco Rodriguez is the conditioner, Cesar Ortega the rider. Number 4, Papa Tiger, is owned and trained by Jose Hernandez Sr. Francisco Monroy is in the irons. Number 5, Superman Shack, is owned by David Hinkins, trained by Adan Farias, ridden by Damian Cruz.
Race number 5, halfway of the program. That means the late pick 4 time here in race number 5, and it's a good one as well. Thoroughbreds going 4.5 furlongs here, claiming tag of 3,500. We got horses in pretty good form here in this event.
Sure do. And the horse on the screen there is a horse that I like. What a relief. Francisco Rodriguez, the trainer. Cesar Ortega looking to get another victory. I like this horse's second place finish back on May 17th. Since then has had some troubled trips and then tried the daytime over where I think was a little too tough. Now comes back to the level where What a Relief can be competitive and back to the 4.5 furlongs.
And I think the lead is up for grabs, and I think What a Relief is good enough to grab the lead. That's why I like him in the spot as well.
I agree with you. I think What a Relief should be forwardly placed out of the gate because you look up and down the form, and it doesn't seem like any of these horses really have that gate speed. Superman Shack, with that outside draw, I think that's the horse to look out for, as in to get over and clear and just run away with it. But if What a Relief can hold that horse off, I think it becomes a nice horse race midway around the turn.
I think the play for Superman Shack and Damian Diaz-Cruz is they know their main weapon has to be the speed and the outside post. They have to take advantage and just go, go, go and cross over.
And that's what you got to do in these compact fields. 5-horse field, you're drawn to the outside, you look to be the quickest out of the gate. Go on and go. Don't look back. It makes your job that much easier as a rider. You already know your main objective is get to the front. Go ahead. Send. If you can give your horse a bit of a breather around the turn, job accomplished. You should be able to hold them off.
If there's a little bit of a piece speed duel developing here, is Lampy the one that benefits the most? Or is Lampy just playing quick enough to take the lead from this group?
I don't think Lampy is quick enough to take the lead away. I think Superman Shack is a little quicker. And watching the way these horses are warming up, Damian Cruz kicked Superman Shack away from the pony. An aggressive warm-up. The horse looks good under tack, looks good warming up. That can only mean one thing. Damian Diaz-Cruz is going to go to the lead, which is exactly what I'm sure Adan Farias told him to do. Make quick work of it. Get to the front end. Go as fast as you can, as far as you can. Those are the best instructions I ever got when I used to ride.
Yeah, and, given how, this race might play from the get-go, I think you don't necessarily want to play the break because you know what your horse is best at doing so. But I would say you don't want to give the thought process that somebody can go ahead and take the inside path from you. Don't give them the benefit of being the one that sets a pace or sets a race. You gotta be aggressive with what you have.
Yes, and it doesn't matter what you're on here at these short distances. You have to send out of the gate. Even if you're on a horse that's going to come from off of it,
you got to send.
You got to send to make sure that they don't get too far away from you on the front end. If you have a horse that has speed, you got to send to make sure that you get a bit of a breather around the turn that you're able to clear. This is not the easiest place to ride because of that, because of all the gate speed there is here and the fact that you have to make sure that you get your horse out of the gate in good order.
We just saw a perfect example in race number 4, Daniel's Magic, Francisco Monroy. So a horse that was coming from daytime ovals, he made sure he sent because he wanted to be within striking range. And that was the difference between winning and losing in the previous race.
And I always say this here more than other places. You're not going to win it out of the gate, but you sure can lose it.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you get out in good order. You got to make sure you send your horse out of there to make sure he gets a good spot. And here in particular, there's a couple of these riders that are kicking their horse away from the pony to give them an aggressive warm-up to make sure that they leave the gate running.
All right, let's look at the sequence here. Pick 4 begins right here. Race number 6 coming up there will be 300 yards for the quarter horses. Key scratch of confidence as Chris Wade has a pick 4. He's going 2 by 2 in the first 3 legs and then covering 3 deep in the finale. So he's doubling up here with the 2-5. 4 and 6 in that race number 6. And that race number 6 will get bet like a 2-horse race now. 4 and 6.
I agree with you. If you want a single in that spot, Dios Dorado gets the outside draw, has the most experience of the field, even money, morning line, big equipment change. First time gelding on a horse that has 4 starts and 4 trouble trips. Justine Kleber, Eddie Willis, they win races in bunches.
Can Corona Spades there in that race number 6 with that 12:30 and 12:50 workout make it a little bit interesting? You don't have to be a rocket ship to be a factor in that spot.
You don't, but because of the rail draw,
that's
it's hard for me to back when the horse with the most experience, with the best clockings, gets drawn to the outside. If they were drawn next to each other, then you're looking at Corona Spades and Dios Dorado. But because Dios Dorado gets the benefit of the outside draw, hard for me to back Corona Spades. Not to say Corona Spades can't get it done on debut because this is not the toughest bunch. I'm guessing if you go 16 flat, you might get the victory.
Race number 7 will be for the quarter horses. Maidens going 300 yards. Unfortunately, we won't get to see Rose Bowl tonight. Nice pedigree. That one is a scratch. That one now becomes a 2-horse race on paper as well between Passion for Trains and Flying Fast 1, 2, 3.
That is a legit 2-horse race. You have 2 scratches down to a field of 4. You have 2 horses with experience that have hit the board, and then you have 2 horses in Sendayita, the 5, who's making the career debut, Accelerate, the 2 who had trouble, a brutal trip in that debut. This is basically a career debut for Accelerate as well.
And then in the finale, Nymph-like versus Just Keeping It Going versus Heavily Favored versus Morningstar K. Morning Line by Ed Burghardt is telling us that might be an evenly matched group.
And you saw Chris Wade's picks. He sees it 3 deep as well. Earlier on the card, we spoke of this last race. You like Nymph-like on the outside as a potential single. I like her as well. But the more I look through this form, Nymph-like was only a head in front of Morningstar K last time when they faced each other. I don't know if it's as simple as this outside runner anymore. I like heavily favored on the inside. And what do we make of just keeping it going? Being favorite last time out, lost by 3/4 of a length when finishing fourth.
Put it this way: if just keeping going covers the first 300 yards of that 350-yard race in 15:55, they might not catch him. Plain and simple.
I think it helps out that they're stretching back out to 350
Yes.
for just keeping it going
Yes.
as well.
It's going to be a fun race, I think, to end the program, a competitive one there with three, four, five legit competitors there duking it out in that 350-yard quarter horse allowance. Heading to the gate for this late pick four pool, approaching 70,000, should approach that six-figure mark. Again, that early pick four began with a potential free square for a lot of tickets, and is still paid over $370 for the dollar pick four. It doesn't take much. It only takes one price. That's it.
And I could tell you the rolling pick three ending here, the first three legs of the pick six, lowest payout, 147 to the 5, Superman Shack.
What's to the two?
187 to your current 4 to 5 favorite.
What's to the three?
334.
Really?
Then it jumps up to 489 to the 1, and the biggest payout in that rolling pick 3 to the 4, Papa Tiger coming back $537.
I'll say this. You know what? No, I'll take it back. I was going to say if the 2 or 5 don't win here, we'll have a carryover. But because races 6 and 7 look like absolute two-horse races, I still think there's plenty of tickets still alive.
I agree
Right?
with you. I agree with
Yeah,
you, yeah.
yeah.
Especially because they're shorter fields.
Yes,
so you're
that's
going to
what it
go
is.
deeper. Over $70,000 currently in this late pick 4. Give me your top pick.
I'm going with the 3 here. I like the speed here. I'm looking for a little bit of a clean break. Give me What a Relief. What about you?
I'm all aboard on What a Relief as well. Did we just jinx Francisco Rodriguez?
I think we did. I think we might have done so. Let's go out to Michael Werner for the start of the late pick 4.
What a Relief has moved in. Papa Tiger already in the gate. And Superman Shack completing the line. Racing. Trouble for Lampy out of the gate. He's checking back to a clear last. Superman Shack's going to blast across the face of the field and will be untroubled to lead by 5 lengths onto the main track. From Papa Tiger and Speed of the Nile, What a Relief, and Lampy is 5 lengths behind the second last runner. He'd be spotting the speed 14 as they run to the turn with a quarter mile to go. Superman Shack 3 to 5, his closing odds. Speeds around the bend on a 3.5 length lead from Papa Tiger. A similar margin, Speed of the Nile third at the top of the stretch, and Superman Shack shortening stride. Papa Tiger has him in his sights. The longest shot in the field goes to the lead, and Papa Tiger, a gate rogue, has been on his best behaviour tonight. Puts it all together and scores from Speed of the Nile, who knocks Superman Shack out of second. Lampy making up a lot of ground late, but he was out of business at the start. And last to greet the judges is What a Relief. The time 51.33. Papa Tiger number 4. He can be a real headache entering the gate and standing in the gate before the start of so many races. He's been his own worst enemy. But not tonight. He came away well, sat second, shot away in the stretch, and gets the chocolates as the 12 to 1 longest shot in the field, beating the 11 to 1 second longest shot. Speed of the Nile, what does that do to the place pick all? Third was 5, Superman Shack. Fourth was 2, Lampy. The time 51.33. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. There is a jockey objection lodged by Edgar Pieris, rider of number 2 Lampy, who finished 4th, alleging interference at the start from the runner-up, number 1 Speed of the Nile. The winner is unaffected. This is a jockey objection 4th against 2nd for alleged interference at the start. Papa Tiger reaching the winner's circle. Francisco Monroy reaching the winner's circle for the 2nd consecutive race on the program. He has ridden the mid-card double, which is going to pay a pretty penny. Papa Tiger, owned and trained by Jose Hernandez Sr., is a 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Smiling Tiger from the Mutakdim Dam, Nuff Said, Nuff Said. Papa Tiger was bred in California by Premier Thoroughbreds. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. The stewards have dismissed that objection. There will be no change to the placings. The result is now official. 4152. 4152 officially. The $1 exacta with the longest 2 shots in the 5-horse field, $70.20, and the $1 Quinella pays $33.20. The $1 trifecta, $258.90. And the mid-card double for $1, that double ridden by Francisco Monroy, $56.50. The $1 pick 3, including the 7-to-1 shot She's a Gemini Jewel, $537.60. Who ever said there's no value to be had in small fields? The 6th race comes up at 9:49. 9:49, scratch number 3, Confidence, as we open the final $1 pick 3. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the objection in the fifth race, we have a head-on replay of the start. The stewards acknowledge close quarters among numbers 1, 2, and 3, but saw nothing to warrant a disqualification. The objection was by Edgar Pieris, rider of number 2, Lampy, against number 1, Speed of the Nile. As we look at the drone shot, the overhead shot of the break, again, the stewards acknowledged close quarters in those opening strides among numbers 1, 2, and 3, but saw no reason for a disqualification. Nothing there to warrant a DQ in the unanimous opinion of the stewards.
Well, how about some pick six separation, and how about some place pick all separation with that race number 5?
What a nice ride by Francisco Monroy, once again getting back-to-back victories. That rolling pick 3, the first 3 legs of the pick 6, comes back over $537. The big question is, we're halfway through that pick 6.
Do you think it's a carryover already?
I'm going to say not just yet,
Same.
because it looks like race number 7 is a 2-horse race, and with these compact fields, I think you could go deep. Let's take a look at this replay here. You heard Michael Rona about the objection. I completely agree with the stewards. It kind of looked like Edgar Payeras and the 2 Lampy didn't leave there as quickly as the 1 Speed of the Nile and the 3 Water Relief kind of caused his own problems.
Yes, and we're off to the races with the speed of Superman Shack. But once we got into this point into the turn, you can tell Superman Shack was not accelerating away from the next flight. And that next flight was Papa Tiger.
And you could see Damian Diaz-Cruz on Superman Shack is encouraging midway through the turn. He looked comfortable 2 strides prior to that.
Correct.
And then Superman Shack just gets tired, the fatigue hits, leg weary, and here comes Papa Tiger, Francisco Monroy, with a big run. And at this point, they're running for second place money, and it's going to be the 1 Speed of the Nile to nose out the 5 Superman Shack.
Yeah, there's a good head-on look at the start of the objection by Edgar Payeras, but Lampy just didn't break all that sharply. Tight quarters, but it was due to the slow break, and at that point, his race was pretty much over.
Sure was, and I completely agree with the stewards. Yes, they do come together, but Lampy left a step slower than the other 2 runners. And you see, on the lead, watch Damian Diaz-Cruz. You see the body language. He looks comfortable.
And didn't it look like he was in command at this point? I thought the race was over.
And then 2 strides later,
It was like,
he's throwing
oh,
crosses,
yes.
and he's all in on Superman Shack, and Superman Shack is just tired, not responding. Wow, Papa Tiger is gaining with every stride, runs on by here at the top of the lane, and then you're going to get Speed of the Nile to run by Superman Shack to round out that exacta. Place pick all situation. 2 long shots here, the 2 longest shots on the board. This is some separation in that place pick all.
Yeah, but because there is 2 races coming up that look like they're going to bet like 2-horse races, I still think there's 8 out of 8 tickets alive, but it's going to pay a nice 8 out of 8, I think.
I agree with you. They're still alive. It won't pay 7 of 8. I think it'll still pay 8 of 8, but it eliminated a lot of tickets
separation.
with this result.
So 2760, the upset by Papa Tiger. Congrats to owner and trainer Jose Hernandez Sr. Francisco Monroy with a mid-card double. 4-1-5 official in race number 5. We're 12 minutes away for race number 6.
field is on the track parading for race 6. Number 1, Corona Spades, is owned by Mario Chavez and Jose Angel Perez, trained by Jesus Oranga and ridden by Ricardo Ramirez. Number 2, American Cartel, races for Steve Burns and Ivan Gomez. Mike Castleman is the trainer. Martin Arriaga has the mount. Scratch 3, Confidence. 4, Emperador Felix, carries the E.G. High Desert Farms colours, those silks being worn by Gabriel Lara. Jesus Nunez is the trainer. Number 5, Pupilo, has broken formation. He's already on his way to the back stretch beneath Damien Cruz. Adan Farias trains Pupilo for Isla Vista Ranch SS. And back to number 6, Dios Dorado, owned by Amy and Matt Bretz, and Brad, Ronald and Melanie Schultz. Eddie Willis is the trainer, and Justine Kleber has the riding assignment. 300 yards for this quarter horse maiden for 2-year-olds, opening the final $1 pick 3 on the program. 9 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some gateworks to show you for race 6. Number 1, Corona Spades, worked from the outside post when going against Keep a Secret Jess on July 4. He had extra room to his inside when breaking inwards slightly before levelling out nicely. He stayed on a straight path the rest of the way, while under a hand ride. Finished solidly in 12.3. and continued nicely in the gallop out. Number 2, American Cartel, on June 13, worked from the inside post. He left cleanly and then leaned inwards. He was under a hand ride from there and kept up a steady pace to the wire, chasing Scary Sherry in 12.8 seconds. American Cartel continued with an okay gallop out before slowing at the turn. This favourite Cartel colt is out of Mornings with Maria, a graded futurity finalist from the strong female line of Bartiromo.
If you got bounced out of the late pick 4, well, you got a late pick 3 opportunities here in races 6, 7, and 8. Quarter horses now in this 300-yard event. Scratch the 3, Confidence, leaving us with a field of 5. What do you make of this money on the rail here? First-time starter, Corona Spades.
You just saw the workout here in-house of Corona Spades. Was drawn to the outside. In that morning drill, went 12:30 for the 220 yards out of the gate. Looked good. Looked like still had something left. The rail draw is a question mark because you have a horse on the outside with the experience. 4 career starts on Dios Dorado. Big equipment change, first time gelding, and you get the benefit of the outside draw. If the posts were switched or if they were drawn next to each other, I think it'd be easier to back Corona Spades. 3 to 5 is too short of a price for me to take on a debut runner.
Same. And you saw in that workout, the latest workout that we showed in-house, the 12:30 workout, he was on the outside of a workout. Now you're drawn in the inside with one, two, three, four runners on the outside of you. So it's a much different scenario. But you got to say 12:30 looked like a solid 12:30 work.
And the 12:30 is a solid drill for a 2-year-old. But we're now in July.
Yeah.
I mean, these are horses that are now bigger, stronger than what they were when you'd get a 12:30 in the spring. We're now in the middle of summer. Corona Spades looked good doing it, but going to have to overcome this rail draw to get the victory today.
Having said that, the experienced runners that are left in this field all have made multiple mistakes already up to this point in their career.
Which benefits Corona Spades making the debut.
Yeah.
And you're also drawn next to American Cartel, another debut runner, this one from the Mike Castleman barn. So you get 2 debut runners in this field of 5, 3 horses with experience. The 2 debut runners are drawn to the inside. I would prefer to see them on the outside, but the luck of the draw, Ricardo Ramirez, Jesus Uranga with his debut runner on the rail.
Pedigree-wise, just looking at pedigrees, the 2 should be a runner that develops. The workouts haven't shown much up to this point as far as much spark, acceleration, 12, 90, 20. But the Mama was a good one. The Mama qualified to multiple futurities here. She only won 2 for 15, but she battled in some very good races. And with Favorite Cartel on the top side, I think the 2 has room to improve and to get better with experience. So that would be a runner that I would tab as a horse to kind of keep watching on American Cartel. But I think through and through, experience has to be the edge in this race. Dios Dorado, with the outside draw, you're a first-time gelding. You have to take advantage of this draw.
I agree with you. Dios Dorado gets drawn in post position 6. In a field of 6, you know you're going to have clear sailing. Justine Claver just has to make sure she gets this horse out of the gate in good order, because you said it earlier. 4 starts, 4 troubled trips. Watching the warm-ups, I like that Damian Diaz-Cruz kicked Pupilo loose right away, has been warming this colt up on his own throughout the post-parade. And I also like to see Ricardo Ramirez turned Corona Spades loose from the pony as well and gave this debut runner an aggressive warm-up.
And, Dios Dorado is being a first-time gelding, also a key change to Dios Dorado, who's making the 5th career lifetime start. How about Emperador Felix, the 4? Jesus Nunez trainee, showed some ability finishing 4th on debut in that common event against Nuclear Arsenal, Talker, and Dios Dorado, but hasn't been able to get out of the gate professionally in the 2 subsequent starts.
And has had good posts. The last 2 efforts,
outside draw,
both of those, and could not get out in good order. It was full fields of 8 and 9. Now in a field of 5, but you're drawn between horses. This is another one, career start number 4. You're at a point now where these 2-year-olds got to start figuring it out. Start figuring out what's expected of you. Start figuring out what is exactly your job. Get out of the gate. And that's where the rider is key. I like that these riders are kicking these horses away from the pony to give them an idea of what's expected of them. When I give you a cue, you run. Whatever that cue is, these riders are using, whatever it is. It can be a yell, scream, a chirp, whatever it is. Just make sure that they respond to it.
When we're looking at the sequence, races 6 and 7 felt like absolute 2-horse races, that they were going to bet like that. It's a little bit surprising that the 1 opened up with this kind of money. Maybe it will flood up here at post time, but I still think, let's say the 1 ends up winning this race. Now that really is throwing a big time separation into any pick 6 opportunities. The 4 and the 6 have to be the keys to moving along to the majority of tickets that have to be alive here. If the 1, 2, or 5 win here, it'll be very hard to imagine lots of tickets alive after that.
I agree with you. And in the next race, I'm just going to say it. If Passion for Training or Flying Fast 1, 2, 3 don't win, you could just say
it's
carry over. But the way we spoke of the sequence sure makes sense now, right? If you really like Nymphlike in the finale, if you had gone deep early, midway through it,
stack your ticket early,
survive and advance, you sure are excited for these last 3 races.
Because at that point, let's say, hypothetical scenario, you could have gone 2x2 and single, right? In the last 3 legs of that hypothetical pick 6.
And you would have cashed in on a 7-1 shot and the 12-1 winner.
All right, they're at the gate. Top pick for you.
I got to go with Dios Dorado on the outside. 3-5 is awfully short to take, but I think the big equipment change, first-time gelding, and the experience will play a key part in this race.
There's so many factors stacked with the 6 that you have to take advantage tonight. There's not going to be many other straight maiden fields where you're going to have this opportunity with the outside draw, with the lack of experience, with the question marks. This has got to be the spot.
And with all that said, Dios Dorado has caused his own trouble at the gate, but the clockings are still legit. The clockings are still decent.
Yeah.
So I think any of those 16-second type of clockings might be good enough to get it done here.
They're at the gate. It is final pick 3 time here on a Sunday night at Los Alamitos. Let's go out to Mike Corona.
Corona Spades leads the way into the gate. The other first-time starter, American Cartel, is drawn next to Corona Spades. And American Cartel is having a look inside gate 2, half in, now goes all the way. The loading process continues with Emperador Felix, Pupilo, and the odds-on favourite, Dios Dorado. 1-2 for Dios Dorado, 5-2 for number 1, Corona Spades. Set. Ready. Dios Dorado turning the head inwards, straightens, racing. Dios Dorado possibly grazed the outside of the gate, but is showing blazing speed. Corona Spades broke inwards. Emperador Felix is running a decent race, but Dios Dorado is in total control. The Red Roan romps. Dios Dorado scoring as a first-time gelding decisively over Emperador Felix. Corona Spades was next. He came into 1-5. Final click of the tote board. And he won just like it. Very fast into stride. I thought possibly brushed the outside of the gate. The head-on will tell more, but no matter. Dios Dorado had them covered every step of the way to beat number 4 Emperador Felix and number 1 Corona Spades, who did himself no favours breaking inwards on debut. He's finished third ahead of number 5 Pupilo. The closing split 9.82. 9.82 for the final 220 yards. And the overall time just flashing up now, 15.66. 15.66 for Dios Dorado. Here comes Dios Dorado back to the winner's circle as the result goes official on race 6. Placings officially 6-4-1-5. The winner is a red roan gelding by Golden Boy from the Papacito Dam, Madrecita. Bred in Colorado by Saw Ranch LLC. Owned by Amy and Matt Bretz and Brad, Ronald and Melanie Schultz. Justine Kleber is the winning jockey, following on from a double last night. Eddie Willis is the winning trainer. Kleber and Willis combining for one of Justine's wins last night. That was the 110-yard race, won by I Am Candy. And Willis and Kleber are right back at it in the 7th race with Passion for Trains number 3. Post time is 10:11 for the first half of the $1 late double. No show wagering on race 7 after the scratches of number 1 Rose Bowl and number 4 Can't Catch This Jet.
Dios Dorado with a clean trip there from the outside post dominates race number 6, and the late money came in heavy as this one closed in as 1-5 favorite.
Would you believe that if I told you that with the 1-5 favorite closing that rolling pick 3, you're going to get $170?
Mm-hmm. It's been that kind of night there. Even with the 1-5, the pick 3 still over $170, and I would imagine that still keeps the pick 6 tickets hopes alive. Let's take a look at the replay there for race number 6. 300-yard event. Dios Dorado there from the outside post. I believe broke outwards. Might have brushed the gate. Let's take a look at the start here. Broke a little bit outwards. Didn't appear to be anything significant. Clear white trip and dominated from there.
That's what you get with that outside draw. The advantage of a clear trip, and dominated indeed under Justine Kleber. Going to get the victory in the end by about 1.5 lengths. It was bet like a 2-horse race. Emperador Felix is going to round out that exacta. While the first-time starter, Corona Spades, I thought did well to finish 3rd. Let's take a look at the head-on there. Starts drifting outward a couple strides past the wire. It also, you see the inside horses drift inward. That's why you see the separation between the runners. But ultimately, we said the race went through Dios Dorado. And sure enough, took advantage of that outside draw. First-time gelding. You saw a little bit more focus there in the race.
I'll tell you what, focus on the 4 here, Emperador Felix. There was I would say, a little bit of a hop at the start, and still ran on relatively well. We'll take a look at the drone shot right there. A little mini hop, breaks second to last, and gets into gear, and then finishes a clear second. If the 4 builds off of that, the 4 probably won't be a maiden much longer with any improvement.
I agree, because that's the first time Emperador Felix actually gets out of the gate in decent order. Not the best of starts, but better than what we've been seeing out of him, because he's a bit immature, bit inexperienced, and you see there the overhead shot once again. Broke okay. Was chasing because Dios Dorado, as soon as they said go, was already in front.
15:66, the final clocking for Dios Dorado. Congrats to the partnership, Amy, Matt, Brad, Ronald, and Melanie. Trained by Eddie Willis, ridden by Justine Kleber, winning race number 6, 6-4-1. The order of finish in race number 6. We are 13 minutes away from race number 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a gate drill to show you for the 7th race. Number 5, Zendaita, on the 1st of July, worked from the outside post in 12.5 seconds. Zendaita was leaning just a bit to her right, but came away swiftly before steadily drifting inwards. She was under a hustling ride from there while chasing Tel Aviv, who won last Sunday. This Tarzanito filly is out of the stakes winner and $77,000 earner Zendaya, who was trained by Ricardo Guillen during her racing career. Zendaita debuts for Guillen this evening. Out they come for race number 7. Scratch 1 Rose Bowl, so the post parade is led by number 2 Accelerate for M&G Farms. Valentin Zamudio is the trainer. Ruben Lozano is the rider. Number 3 Passion for Trains races for James Sills. Eddie Willis and Justine Kleber combine in search of back-to-back victories on the program. Scratch number 4, Can't Catch This Jet. 5 is Zendaita, trained by Ricardo Guillen for Jose Munoz Jr. The rider is Damian Cruz. Number 6, Flying Fast 123, is owned by Dennis Jensen and Randy Young, prepared by Juan Aleman. Martin Arriaga has the riding assignment. No show wagering on this 300-yard quarter-horse maiden for 2-year-olds. Opening the $1 late double, 6 minutes to the scheduled post time.
Coming up, race number 7. There's 2 races left. You know what time it is. It is late daily double time. A couple of scratches leave us with a compact field of 4. But this is the second race of the sequence that kind of looked like a 2-horse race.
This one in particular sure did. Field of 4. You got 2 horses with experience, 2 horses. One of them that has a debut that was just a horrible trip. You could draw a line through that. So basically a career debut today, and that's for the 5 Pupilo. And then, oh, I'm sorry, that was race number 6. And that's going to be for the 5 in race number 7. And Zendaita, the debut runner, Accelerate. That horse had a horrible trip. It's basically a debut there. So you have 2 horses with experience, 2 of them no experience. I think this is just a 2-horse race. And once again, is it as easy as outside clear sailing?
Well, Flying Fast 1 to 3 in the outside post. Comes out of the 4th place finish behind CV FTD Dynasty Shan, who came back to win the final. Flattered that form. She already showed us that she could break well on debut, right? Outside draw, you got to take advantage of the outside draw. But Passion for Trains just finished second in 12:03, going to 20. That's a pretty good clunking.
And that's what you're looking at, Passion for Trains, going back to 300 yards from going 220 yards, and Flying Fast 1, 2, 3, back to 300 from 350. I just think it's as simple as the outside draw. We saw it in race number 6, that outside post, you get clear sailing, compact field of 4, just being outside of them. I'm leaning toward Flying Fast 1, 2, 3, 3 to 5. You had 4 to 5 morning line prior to the 2 scratches. Anywhere around there, I'd be taking.
Zendaita, the first time starter by Tarzanito, and Zendaya, Ricardo Guillen for Jose Munoz Jr. 1270, 1250 workout. Mare was very experience. 35 times raced 35 times, won 7 of them. Siblings are for 200 debut up to this point, so I wanted to see a little bit more spark on that one. Excellers, the other experienced runner, the barn is hot. Ruben Lozano and Valdez and we have had a good month.
And this is basically the debut for Accelerate. Had a had a bad trip. I mean, broke a step slow, had to steady. Just nothing went this Geldine's way in that debut on June 21st. Gets another opportunity. Now going to be drawn to the inside because of the scratch of the one Rose Bowl. So Accelerate will be on the rail. We're going to see if this horse has any ability here tonight because never got the opportunity to stride out in that debut.
Late daily double time. It's simple as a 6-6 double for me. 6-6, just a straight double. I don't want to take a 1-2 shot on a win bet. Trying to make it into better odds by playing the late double. 6-6. Flying fast 1, 2, 3 to a nymph like in the finale.
The way this pool is at the moment, $5. You're getting
4 to 1?
4 to 1 on a 6-6 double.
I would take that. Is that the lowest combination right now?
That is the lowest combination. It's $7 on a 6-2 double. But $5, you're getting 4 to 1 lowest payout. I like it.
Yeah, that's what I would tab here. A 6-6 double. It looks pretty straightforward, right? The betting public has it. It looks like a 6-3-2, right?
Yes, I would say so. Unless Zendayita from between horses, between what look to be the two horses that are in the race, can tag along. But other than that, I see this as a 2-horse race.
Michael, we'll send it up to you. It's late daily double time.
Good, thanks very much, Jose. This compact field entering the gate, Accelerate about to be followed in by Passion for Trains. Here comes Zendaita. Flying fast 1, 2, 3. Odds on as she completes the line. 3 to 5 for Flying Fast 1, 2, 3. 9 to 5 for number 3, Passion for Trains. Ready. Racing. Passion for Trains possibly just broken the air a little bit, but has absolutely powered away. Now, here comes Flying Fast 1, 2, 3, trying to bridge the gap, but Passion for Trains got a flyer and gives Willis and Klaber back-to-back wins on the card. Flying Fast 1, 2, 3 had to settle for second, finishing a long way clear of Accelerate and then Zendaita. Passion for Trains perhaps half hopping out of the gate, but just flew through those opening strides. Great early dash, and Flying Fast 1, 2, 3 was left with too much chasing to do. 3, 6, 2, 5 is the unofficial order of finish. Passion for Trains over Flying Fast 1, 2, 3. Accelerate third. Zendaita fourth. The time 15.83. 15.83 with a closing split of 10.01. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting word of a late scratch in race 8. There is a late scratch in the final race. Number 5 cannot miss. Race 8, number 5 cannot miss, has just been scratched. The result is official. Placings officially 3625. Passion for Trains is a sorrel gelding by Freight Train B from the Corona Cartel Dam, Passion for Corona, bred in Oklahoma and raced by James Sills. Trainer Eddie Willis and jockey Justine Kleber combining for consecutive wins on the program. And it's a 4-win weekend for Justine. Double last night, double tonight. And she rides Just Keeping It Going, the morning line favourite, in race 8, for which post time is 10:33. So 16 minutes to post. For race 8, we have a late jockey change and a late scratch. Damien Cruz rides number 3, La Solita. And number 5, Cannot Miss, was scratched just a few minutes ago. Number 5 is a late scratch.
And Justine once again showing how she's winning races over the last year and a half or so here at Los Alamitos at the break.
Caught a flyer out of there, did Justine Kleber on Passion for Trains. Flying Fast 1, 2, 3, ran a winning race, but Justine Kleber just stole it at the start.
For sure. Passion for Trains, sharp break in command, flying fast 1 to 3, tried to make up that ground, but clearly second best. Let's take a look at that replay here for that 300-yard event, as Passion for Trains was the one that got out more professionally. Good hop, immediately in front, I would say half a length, and at that point it was over.
And a bit of a crow hop, but right when the gate opened, gets to the front end. Flying Fast 1, 2, 3 is chasing, but Passion for Trains is just too far in front. Bet like a 2-horse race, and it was a 2-horse race. 3, 6. Justine Kleber, Eddie Willis getting back-to-back victories.
Yeah, and also that exacta came back 4-1. That was $5 and change for a dollar exacta.
That's because you had 2-1. I mean, Flying Fast 1, 2, 3 got bet down. You had 2-1 on Passion for Trains and gonna slight upset this 4-horse field. Nothing wrong with the 4-1 exacta when you know it's a 2-horse race.
No, so Passion for Trains, a maiden, no more, career start number 4 for owner breeder James Sells, Eddie Willis, and Justine getting another one. Do want to know there's a late scratch coming up in race number 8, just announced moments ago. The 5 Cannot Miss is a late scratch. Remember, the late rider change of Damian Diaz-Cruz picking up the ride on number 3, La Solita. That's the winner of race number 7 there, Passion for Trains in race number 7. We are 14 minutes away to the finale coming up, race number 8.
And fellas, things are tightening up atop the jockey standings. The quarter horse jockey standings are getting very interesting. Coming into this weekend, Martin Arriaga led Henry Lopez by 1. They've each had 1 winner this weekend. Justine Kleber entered the weekend 4 off the pace, but she's had 4 winners. So we now have Martin Arriaga with 26 wins. Henry Lopez goes to 25, and Justine Kleber climbs to 25. Just 1 win covering that trio. Arriaga with his nose in front. Lopez and Kleber are now tied for second. Justine leapfrogging Gabriel Lara, with Irving Lara in 5th. And of course, coming into this final race, we see Kleber and Arriaga, both with mounts on numbers 2 and 4 respectively. Henry Lopez was to ride number 3, but has been replaced. Moving on to the track for race 8. Number 1, heavily favoured, is owned by Steve Burns, Santos Montemayor and Omar Torres, trained by Jose Flores and ridden by Irving Lara. Number 2, Jess Keeping It Going, races for Gerald Hartley. Sergio Morfine is the trainer and Justine Kleber has the mount. Number 3, La Solita, is just moving onto the track now, beneath replacement jockey Damian Cruz. Felix Gonzalez trains this filly for Armando Moran and Armando Moran Jr. Number 4, Morning Star K, is owned by Kent Kleinknecht, trained by Juan Alleman, ridden by Martin Arriaga. Scratch 5, Cannot Miss, number 5, A Late Scratch, and 6, Nymph-like, is owned by Ed Allred, trained by Scott Willoughby and ridden by Gabriel Lara. $350 for the finale. It's a quarter horse allowance for 3-year-olds and up.
Coming up, race number 8 is just 4 minutes away. The finale here on a Sunday night on a card that appeared to have some short price favorites winning. which they did, but also a few wrenches thrown into the mix. There's some pretty nice whoop pays into the late pick 4 and the pick 6.
On a card where you had short fields, you thought that you were just going to get favorites. It was going to be chalky. Not the case at all. Lowest payout in this late pick 4, 296 to the 4 Morningstar K, Jose.
Interesting, because not only is the payout interesting, but it's also who's favored in the pick 4. Don't you find that the 4's favored in the pick 4s versus the 2 or the 6?
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of this win money start changing as they get closer to the gate. And there it is. It just drops a little bit, 5-2 now on the 4 Morningstar K. Scratch of the 5, that was a late scratch. Cannot miss. Will be out. Going to leave us with the field of 5 now. And you like Nymph-like
Yes.
on the outside. Just keeping it going. 2-1 morning line favorite. I didn't expect 3-2.
No, and I think it's also the good form. It's the back allowance events for just keeping it going. But I think the 350 yards was a very good equalizer for this field.
I agree. I love the distance because you have a couple of horses that are going to want to stride out, while you have a couple of others that we don't know if that 350 yards is their preferred distance. I love it. I think with these quarter horses, they're called quarter horses because the classic distance of 440 yards is a quarter mile. I think 350 yards is right up their alley. I'd even like to see them moving forward going 400.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting the way this race might shape out. But when it came down, in my opinion, I feel like if you give me the outside draw and a horse that really wants a 350, then I think that's the night to get jump aboard. And I think that's a scenario that Nymph-like has to take advantage of here tonight.
And you're getting a fair price. Exactly what the morning line is, 5-2 currently. If you get anywhere around that, I suggest that you just jump all over that win bet on Nymph-like with the outside draw. Watching these horses warm up in post, which one of them stood out to you the most?
You know what? The horse that's on the screen, heavily favored. I'm not in love with the rail draw, but once upon a time, he began his career showing pretty good ability, and then he showed up with a workout bullet back in March to begin the 2026 campaign that looked like he was going to make significant amount of noise. Maybe that 5th place finish took something out of that, like it wasn't visually an effort that maybe the public wanted to see, but I would not count out the 1. Like if you're playing the exacta underneath the 6, the 1 would be one of those partners I would include.
And you said that this horse showed some prominence early in the career. This is a qualifier to last year's Edberg
Yes.
Million. I mean, this horse made a $1 million 2-year-old futurity. Lightly raced, only 7 career starts, only 2 as a 3-year-old. So this is the 3rd start in the 3-year-old season, 3rd start off the layoff in the form cycle.
Chris Wade giving us selections there of 4, 6 to 1. He likes the 4 Morningstar K, which is the will pay favorite in the pick 4. Betting board, I think it's fair. I would take 5-2 here on the 6. Who is your top pick here?
I like the outside runner. I think you got to take advantage of that outside draw. With Nymph-like, with the scratch of the 5, cannot miss. I think that helps out Morningstar K because now you're drawn next to Nymph-like. I think those two can hook up in their match race. And of the 2 long shots, La Solita and Heavily Favored, I'm surprised Heavily Favored is actually considered a 5-1 long shot here, an overlay. I thought that horse would take a little more money.
What's the will pay in the pick 4 to the 1?
373 to the 1.
Okay.
Which
So-
is also surprising. I didn't think the will pays to the late pick 4 were going to be as good as they paid out to the early pick 4, but looking at the sequence.
Yeah, look at what happened in the middle legs. The middle legs played out like it was supposed to play out, right? Either one or the 2 contenders in this spot.
Sure did. Pool was just around $100,000. The payout is great. Horses are now behind the gate here for the finale as you see them make that right-hand turn now to face the gate.
Thank you for joining us here at Los Alamitos Racecourse. That's going to be it for us here on tonight's broadcast. What we got going next week?
California Breeders' Champions Night next Sunday. We're going to see Duda Cartel, the top qualifier to the Governor's Cup Derby, and then the 2-year-olds will be on display in the Governor's Cup Futurity next Sunday night, as well as a couple other stakes events for the Cowbreds on Sunday.
Golden Token headlining that Governor's Cup Futurity on California Breeders' Champion as that will be Sunday. We'll be back in action Saturday night. Thanks for joining us here tonight. Best of luck here closing out the program. Here's Mike Corona.
Thanks very much. Excellent work as always, Ulysses and Jose. Next Saturday night's the Claiming Futurity Trials. claiming futurity trials Saturday and California Breeders' Champions Night Sunday. Big weekend on tap at Los Alamitos. They're all in, ready to go for the last of 8. Ready. Couple of them fidgety. Racing. Nymph-like Morning Star K just keeping it going. Heavily favoured La Solita. They're all in with a look. Heavily favoured Blinkerless for the first time, running a strong race on the inside from just keeping it going. Morning Star K over the top. Morning Star K gets up to win from either heavily favoured or just keeping it going. Fourth's between La Solita and Nymph-like. Four is first. Number 4, Morning Star K, is the unofficial winner, with a photo required for second. The time 17.87. 17.87 seconds. Closing split 9.64. Second goes to number 1, heavily favoured. Third, 2, just keeping it going. Fourth was 3, La Solita. 4-1-2-3 is the unofficial result. Watching that excellent drone shot, Morning Star K was actually the last to get going, but has finished all over the top of them to get the victory beneath Martin Arriaga. Arriaga with his second win this weekend, maintaining the lead in the jockey standings after Justine Kleber threw down the gauntlet with 4 wins this weekend. But she's come up a little short here on number 2, just keeping it going, finishing third. And Arriaga will remain atop the standings heading into next weekend. The result is official. Placings officially 4-1-2-3. Morning Star K, a Sorrel filly, 3, by Just Good Candy from the Kiss My Hawks mare, Movie Star K. She was bred in Oklahoma by Kent Kleinknecht, who owns this filly. Juan Alaman is the winning trainer. Martin Arriaga, the winning rider. Alaman and Arriaga combined to win the last race last night with KR Candy Dragon. The $1 late pick 4 pays $371.50. The $2 pick 6, $34,679.20. 5 of 6 good for $646. The $1 place pick all, $661.80. And there are consolation payouts in the double and pick 3 with the late scratch in race 8 of number 5. Cannot miss. Check those tickets carefully. That tidies up the details on our Sunday program. We thank you for playing Los Alamitos, and we hope you found a few winners across the night. A big weekend in store. We look forward to the resumption of live racing this coming Saturday evening, when we will see trials to the claiming futurity. And this time next week, next Sunday, it's California Breeders' Champions Night. In the meantime, we wish you safe travels. Hooroo!